as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Well, hello. How's everybody doing? I have a far more purple head now. I'm quite happy about it. Still dying, but good. Still dying? You can't be still dying. Didn't we fix it all? Didn't we fix it all? The build doesn't die. Was this you? I feel like this was you. Does the bug release? It releases in 2 weeks. Okay. We're at 90 max. We've got that. That's where Mage Blood's on, so that's fine. Alright, I'm okay with that. Watcher's Eye for conversion as well? You have to have Brine King. Do you have Brine King or something? It's crazy that this you. There's potentially 2 more things you could do. You could get a corruption on your chest for reduced damage from crits, and then to also take this one for reduced damage from crits. And for that point and the corruption, you'd be immune to crits. Because the chest is 50 and these nodes are 30 each. So that's a little over 100, which makes you immune to crit. It's like the only thing that could possibly be killing you though. Like, you should be so tanky. It has to be a map problem. Nah, it has to be a map roll problem. What are you rolling? What are you putting on your maps? Using my Renjax? Yeah, your character should be immortal. I don't know what the fuck you could be doing. What is going on here? Oh, I want to go ruins and then ruins. Right, I have to go left. My bad. My bad. I thought I was going up. You have what you're gonna be picked out. Nobody should. The launch could come with a whole bunch of patch notes and changes, and anything could get buffed, anything could get nerfed. But I'm leaning towards this character I'm playing right now for a start. Was this the correct way even? God damn it. There we go. The I am Groot build seems like it would be pretty good. Thinking about trying Golomancer. Wait, Golomancer in this build? In this game? Or like Golomancer, like PoE Golomancer? I want to go and grab that waypoint. Falconer is what I want to try at launch. I could end up playing a Warlock or a Falconer, or a Mage, or a Void Knight, or this character, or the Bug Swarm build, or some sort of minion build, or like it could be fucking anything, to be honest. This build, however, does feel like a really good option since we're going to be doing a bit of group play, since a lot of the people I normally play with are going to be playing. This build, despite being the way I would build the build even solo, has a lot of support aspects. Like, it's got quite a few like buffs that get handed out and some AoE healing and all sorts of stuff that just is happening. Character I'm playing now will not be useful in the season. I mean, so when it launches, all currently existing shit isn't actually going to get wiped, but it is going to go to their equivalent of standard, where it's gone, like it's in the standard league forever. Like the Eternal Realm for D4. Yep. Yep. Which will be, most players will not be playing in the Eternal Realm. We're all going to be playing in whatever the new season is, right? Like that's where we're going to be. That's where everything's going to be happening. There isn't a season theme 1.0. It's like season 0. Sure, but it's still a season, right? Like in the way of, it's still not the Eternal Realm. It's still a fresh, white, everybody new thing, right? Yeah. I'm excited to try their solo self-found mode. I didn't know there was a solo self-found mode. I definitely won't be playing that, but me and the people that I plan on playing with, I don't think any of us care to bother with the auction house side of things. So we're all going to be playing together, but in the magic find version thing, because fuck auction houses. Yeah. Next. A solo self-found clan sort of thing. I need to like it's not, it's important that you know that it's not solo self-found. It's just no auction house, right? Like it's important that you know that, because you can still play with friends.
What do you want?
Right? You can still group together, and we can still trade as well with each other. It's just we don't have access to the entire auction house. We can't sell things, we can't buy things, but we can trade with each other and we can still play together.
Ah, yes.
It's PoE trading versus auction house trading. It's actually worse than PoE trading. You have to trade factions, don't feel too grindy around every season. Here's what I would suggest. You could be right. That's a good thing to be concerned about. I would say don't worry about it very much at all, but do give feedback if it feels that way. Because this is a brand new trade system nobody's ever fucking done before. And it does need to be work, but it doesn't need to be so much work that you're angry about it every league, right? I promise you, these developers, very happy to make changes. Very happy to make changes. This is the test. This is the launch of it. This is the first time anything like this has ever existed. No game has ever tried a trade system like this, so if it's off a little in just like, oh, the time it takes to do these is not good, that's something they'll just fix. That's not a problem, right? What if they don't suck, right? What if they don't suck though? What if they don't suck? Your ever filter is a good one for running MF? No. Nope. The one I'm using to run MF right now is called some kind of juice, but also it isn't meant as a public filter. Use it at your own risk. You should make your own filter. Set items not having legendary potential is a big L for sets. Yeah. That legendary potential stuff is like really fucking cool. Like these pair of boots that I got while leveling, which are like cool boots, but not insanely good. But they got that legendary potential that added 100 flat health and 5 int, making that really fucking cool. Not being able to get legendary potential on sets is a weird decision.
May I help you?
Have they commented on that anywhere? Like, is there a comment on that anywhere? Oh, was that not legendary potential? Sorry, what's legendary potential then? What's the thing I got? Hang on, can they not? I remember there was a Kano's will or something. Wait, can that not happen on set bonuses either? Do sets not get either of those things? That's rough. That's very rough.
Thank you for the assist there. I was in a bind, and you got me out of it. I could have... You have perhaps... Well, you... I can't complain about that offer. You ready to head out then? The Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs.
Animations look kind of stiff. Is that final? I mean,
To stage ambushes on people
nothing's final, but I do have to mention that like the animations look better than PoE's currently do. Like how they don't look as good as PoE 2 animations look. But they look better than current PoE 1 animations. So I mean, I don't know, like where do you get to be picky? It doesn't feel like animations is the area that we should be picking. Just saying. Alpha was something else. But as far as is it final? I mean, the answer's no. Nothing here is final. It will probably launch like this. but it's also going to be continually updated and improved. If you haven't seen it before today, it's come a long way in the last year, and a long way from 2 years before that when it was like early alpha. Like it is definitely constantly being improved, and they have no intention of stopping once it's launch time, right? Like it's not like game's launched, finished. Like it's a live ARPG going to be, you know, improved on all of the time. I really want to know how you're supposed to max out 7 resistant stats. Few things that you're not using right now. One is idols. Idols can help a lot. Shads has got a good point there. But the second thing is you will also get a lot from this stuff out here. So each one of these zones, as you finish their areas, they're all big individual pieces of gear that sort of, they're not really gear. I forget what their real name is, but for each one of them, there's like a big list of rewards that it can give, such like 90% resistance to something, or 70 all res, or like a whole bunch of other stuff. I don't know how, but I died again. I don't know what altar I'm taking that kills me. Is it... Well, have a look at the altars that you've got right now. Tell me what the altars you've got right now are. But yeah, this system here, this is going to plug a lot of holes. Right? You need to be out here doing these things. At least if you want your holes plugged. Wait, what did he say?
Impossible.
Player power locked on. Because you can feel safe. Give me yourself. Blessings, that's what they're called. Blessings, thank you. I couldn't remember their name, but yes, blessings, that's the thing. Couldn't remember their names. Cold lightning, physical damage, all damage can sap, increase sap, fizzes extra lightning. Reduced recovery rate, that's the one. Reduced recovery rate, that's the one. That affects your blood notch, your regen, and your amulet, and your recoup. All of them. It's 12% per endurance charge. You've probably got 5 or 6 endurance charges. At 6 endurance charges, that is 72% less recovery. You got rid of 2/3 of your defense, a little over 2/3 of your defense with that altar. I don't have anything to get charges. Fuck! That's what I did so I could take that altar. But that's the only thing.
We all been bound by the chains of fate.
Man, I can't even make the get better joke. You're playing the chieftain. There is no get better. Just walk around and be immortal. Your character looks fine. I don't understand. I pointed out a flaw in the code for Friday's release, and now everybody at work is panicking. Better to be panicking now on a Tuesday than on a Friday afternoon, 4 hours after it's released, when a user finds the bug.
No, could be days. Could be years.
Was it that? It is you. I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours, but I trust you.
What? A full, but that'll come later. It's and fancy a little extra work. It pays well,
Shads, you got any idea what you're gonna play? Any idea at all?
Bring me his head, of course. I'll be around
Any idea at all?
job's done. Let me know if you have any
feel like it's a sap and chill stacking up really high. Sap doesn't do anything to you. I mean, it reduces the damage you deal, but it doesn't make you in any way it doesn't make you in any way squishier. To build your own runes seem fun. Cool. You're gonna have Ildris on a paladin that hands out a buttload of damage for support, and me probably on this guy handing out a bunch load of healing for support. So %58% reduced effect to curse. He is curse immune. So I won't be on at launch. Will you be on launch day? And when I say day, I mean like, see, here's what I was thinking. I don't know if Ildris is taking the day off or not. I have to ask. But if he is, and he wants to like start at 7 or 8 in the morning instead of fucking midnight, then I might just sleep in and all start together like relatively early in the morning, but at a more reasonable time to wake up. Right? But if he's like, oh, I'm not going to be on until the afternoon, then well, I don't want to wait that long. But I would be happy if like if a few of us were like, yeah, I could start like reasonably early in the morning, but like still at like a reasonable time to wake up. That would be better. I would prefer that to waking up to start at 2 a.m. Especially with their first launch ever. Like, how smooth is it really going to be? Like, don't get me wrong, the guys at 11th Hour Gaming, fantastic. They're trying really hard and they work really hard and they've done a really good job so far. But also, this is a brand new game and your first online major launch ever is going to be fucked. Like, there's nothing you can do. That's how it is. It's going to be fucked, man. So if we come in a few hours late, it'll be fine. It's gonna be smooth. Listen, we can make a lot of fun about Diablo 4 being just like a shit show and about Blizzard like not knowing how to make a good video game, but they handle launches better than anybody in existence. They have the server capacity and the knowledge and the stats to know how many people are going to be on, and their launches are still not smooth. So I don't see how anyone ever gets like, it's just not going to be smooth. Day one is not going to be smooth, guys. Like, it just isn't. Get ready for it, prepare for it, expect it. They'll do their very best. Give them all of the patience and support that you can. It'll be a very trying day for everybody who works there. And D4 is a good game. D4 is the skeleton of a good game. Photos. There's not much for hardcore games, unfortunately. To be fair, D4 is significantly better right now than it was at launch, and it is improving. Unfortunately, this season is a bust. The season is incredibly boring, but the game overall is getting better. Maybe a year from now, it'll be a real game. Maybe a year from now, it will be a real game that I care about. The last season before this one, huge improvements. It got way better. It was super fun to play. I enjoyed it. It was great. And then this season was bust. Absolute trash. And season 1 was pretty garbage as well. Right? But it is improving. So like, maybe it just needs more time to cook. I don't know. Maybe it just needs more time to cook. Like, I'm not so anti D4 that I'm not going to give every new season a go. I'm going to come over every new season at once every 3 or 4 months or however often they do that, and I'm going to give them another shot. I'm going to give them another shot, and they'll get a day. And if by the end of that day I'm not entertained, they'll come back in 3 more months. We'll try again. Right? Like that's just how it is. I will come back in 3 more months and we'll try again. Pulling some business for them. Oh, we will be. I don't know a single PoE content creator who hasn't been looking forward to Last Epoch. Like, not one. Like, we're all excited for this game. We're overall just excited for PoE to have some potential competition. And this is the company that will have the ability long term to be a real competitor. Yo, why are these healing totems not healing me? Hello? What's happening? Where are my heals? Where are my heals, actually? I spent all my potions right at the beginning of the fight because I just used them for damage because of my belt. Where? If you have rage totems, they don't heal? Wait, I thought they were supposed to heal. Ah, right. They don't heal temporarily. And when I get an item that does my rage instead. And then I get the spec out of that. Right? And then they become healing totems again. Right, what's the item? To be fair, years ago people were saying D4 was going to compete with PoE 2, and now it can barely compete with Diablo 3. Where's the lie though? Where's the lie though? Did we ever say it was going to compete? Tons of people did. Tons of people did. Like us, we might not have, but a lot of people did. quiet forest. Okay. Runes of Ascension, I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't even know what that is. Why am I still clearing here? I might actually be done in this zone. Looking disparaged, my new PC won't turn on. Does it post? Like where's the hiccup? Not turning on at all? When you say not turning on at all, do you mean not even a single fan spins, absolutely nothing happens? Absolutely nothing happens. No lights, no nothing. As if there was no power to it at all?
Plenty of jobs to do around here. And even more once
I've got an interesting take for you. Ooh, damn it. Okay, backlights on the motherboard turn on and that's it. Okay. It would be better if nothing happened. Nothing happened is a good sign because it means there's an easy fix. DNF5 needs to train when you start it. It can take 15 minutes. It takes like 2 minutes. Like 2 at most. In fact, if it took 2 minutes, I'd be surprised. Right? Isn't that quick? I'm pretty sure it's quick. Oh. Easy. Oh, was they ever worth when corrupted? They did. I sold several Rise of the Phoenix shields for like 30 to 40 divines just for being corrupted. That might not be the case anymore. Okay, where's the brightness here? Off. We didn't have postcode lights. We had really terrible sounding beeps. Yeah, me too. Actually like those. Borderless window, monitor. streamer mode. If your gameplay is smooth but your stream is stuttering, enable this option. It disables some of the options below. This will not give you better loot drops. You know, I didn't think it would until you said that. And now I feel like it might. Now I feel like it might though. I didn't think it would, but then it said this will not give you better drops. And then I thought, well. You wouldn't download a car.
Can I help you?
Yes, the fuck I would.
Impossible.
Okay, my dad just called me and then I answered the phone and then he hung up on me. I don't know if like, am I supposed to do something about that? Calling back is usually appropriate, is it? Okay. Oh, it hung up immediately. Like it just went straight through to like disconnected. Doing a phase run could be messing up the build. I don't think so, no. A lot of people running that build are running phase run. I didn't, but a lot of people did. If you get me last epoch, I'll give you a hug. I don't want a hug. I'm good, thanks. It sounds like a horrible deal, right? Afternoon, Telexia. If you hug versus like an air hug, is that awkward? Oh, it's not that I don't like hugs. I love hugs from people I know, not strangers. Hugs are my favorite from people I know. I don't need strangers touching me. That's just, no, I don't need that at all.
Farewell.
Good day, farewell.
Hey, slag off.
Impossible. This. All right. Once you're after that. Well, oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work. It's not like you've got it.
Farewell.
Eggs are the best. It's always a mystery. Are they gonna feel awkward? Are they gonna try and feel your bum? It's always a surprise. I told everyone when I was going to ExileCon that they were allowed to squeeze my butt when they gave me a hug, and nobody did. I'm a little bit disappointed in it.
Good day, traveler. Good day, traveler. Farewell.
I did also tell people at the same time that if you squeeze my butt while you give me a hug, that is also permission for me to squeeze your butt back. Blanket rule for everybody. It goes without saying. Oh no, it definitely doesn't go without saying. That is, it's good to be explicit about those sort of things. Consent is key. Calithus? And with a 21 month resub. So before trying to plug in a new PSU, because that's really time consuming, My first step would be like unplugging a bunch of shit just to see if it works. Like you unplug half of your RAM and then see if it boots. And then if it still doesn't, you plug that half back in again, you unplug the other half. And then you see if it boots. And then unplug your GPU, see if it boots. Shit like that. You're just like going through the motions trying to figure out what is the problem. You have a skill point to spend, is driving me nuts. That must be upsetting for you. Or be like Baylor and procrastinate replacing things for 6 months. I would suggest against that, to be honest. This is more one of those do as Baylor says, not as Baylor does type of deals. Baylor knows the right thing to do and is incapable. I was thinking about going down to like the large shopping center sometime this week and just like visiting the huge JB Hi-Fi store and just typing on a bunch of keyboards and walking out with one. After paying for it, right? Of course. I only steal from Coles and Woolworths. I mean, I wouldn't steal.
Not well. She dumped me off the... If don't look at me. Trust. Let's go thin their numbers a bit, shall we?
I'm glad that you thought about it. Okay. Listen. When I say I thought about it, I meant like... No, I really did just mean I thought about it. Like, I don't... Maybe I should do that. Was the thought. I don't... Just shut up. Who can we get to bully Baylor until he buys a new keyboard? Nobody. You don't know anybody who knows me in real life. I mean, you don't know anyone who knows me in real life who also lives in my state.
Well, try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer Talon towards the temple, and she should take care of the rest for us. It looks like the Ospreys went to front of us borrowing their boat.
Well, this arena was just purpose built for my character. Where you going, dude?
We're hit. grab onto something.
I didn't know Australia had states, not gonna lie. Did you know that Australia was basically the size of the United States? You knew that, and you thought it was just one giant state, like one Muffin Man lives in Drury Lane. Anyway, are you liking Ellie? This is definitely not the first time I've played it. I'm really liking Ellie though, quite a bit. Not my beautiful gumdrop buttons. Anyway. Yes, I'm one of the I'm one of the early devs. Oh, why hello. I followed you a while ago for PoE stuff. How early did you join the team? I remember when this first became playable. I probably played about 400 or 500 hours of it, and I think I was I definitely was personally responsible for like 6 different ward nerfs. They kept nerfing ward, and I'd be like, lol, I'm immortal again, and then they'd nerf it again. I'd be like, lol, still immortal. It was great. Those are all hyped for 1.0. Oh yeah, me too. I am just re-familiarizing myself with the game now, because I haven't played a lot in the last 2 years or so. Year and a half, 2 years, I've like barely played. It's just been too many other things going on, and I keep going, I'll just wait till we're closer to launch. And now we're closer to launch, and I'm like, oh no, I've forgotten all the things. Quick, figure out how to do everything again. Make a plan. Good job. Oh, you're fucked. I'm so sorry about the stress you're going to be receiving over the next few weeks. It's gonna be stressful. Right? Did you test for like 1 million concurrent? I was telling people earlier that I'm sure that 11th Hour Gaming as a whole is going to do their very, very best for the launch day. I'm also 100% sure it's going to be a shit show to begin with. The first few hours, at least, they're going to get overwhelmed. Stuff's not going to work right. That's just how it works. That's just how it is. Like, there's no way that it is smooth from day dot, like hour 1. It can't happen. I don't know how. Like, the job is not to make it smooth. The job is to mitigate as many problems as possible and then put out fires as they start as quick as you can. The job isn't to have no fires. You're getting fires. It's just to try and put them out. I can't even use this yet. Why do I have it? Why am I following guides? Maybe I should make up my own shit. I should 100% just be making up my own shit. Back in the back end, it was been wildly fun. Good game economy is my lifeblood. Nice. I am so very excited to see how this trade system shakes out. I actually looked around for a little while to try and find somebody doing a system of trade like this, and I can't find one. I'm pretty sure this is an original idea. But like, there are some bits that are like, you know, like we know how an auction house works, but like no one's ever put it together like this. And so I have no idea what's going to happen with the economy, which is a weird and also very exciting feeling. Merchant Guild or bus? Ah, I'm not going Merchant Guild. Me and the people that I'm going to be playing with are all going to go for the other one whose name I've already forgotten again. Circle of Fortune, that's the one. That's the one. We're all gonna be doing that. Just because of who I am as a person. Like you basically gave me the option to magic find through a faction. So like, of course. Bit of a stretch to define it as MF. I mean, I don't feel like it's that big of a stretch. I don't think it's that big of a stretch. Can you elaborate on the emoji talking about for release? Yeah, right there. I can see a world in which like 80% of the people pick target farming, so that could be the case. If it works out that like only 10 or 20% of people are picking a certain faction, either way, then that just means the balance is off, right? Which is fine, because this is like season 0 basically. It's not like if it shakes out that like 80 or 90% of people are just picking one faction, then obviously the faction that's not getting picked will get buffed somewhat. Right? Like that's just... I don't see the need to have it as 50-50. It definitely won't be 50-50, but if it's like 90% one and 10% the other, then obviously that's not good enough, right?
Aid me. Nothing can stop me. Nothing.
Like it doesn't need to be split down the middle, but both do need to be appealing to some people. Otherwise there's no choice, really. But that's like not really an issue, at least in my brain. Because like if one of them ends up, if when we launch the general opinion is one of them is super weak, we'll just buff the one that's super weak. Like I don't like, it won't be that, it's not that big of a deal. To be honest, PoE is a we hate trade in every game. Crazy. Crazy. PoE's got like the best trade system of any game I've ever played. I can't imagine. I can't imagine feeling like that.
I refuse to be your sacrifice.
Disgraceful.
Leroy!
Is unbecoming of you, child.
This is not rage. For millennia, the vessel maidens have died so you could live. Now,
Jenkins.
abyss of their despair.
Yo, why can't I skip this?
What are you doing?
Why don't you show our guest
None of my buttons skip.
that now fills
What's happening?
Okay.
Get out of my mind.
Apparently I wasn't allowed to skip that. This is the final boss fight. Okay, but I still want to skip it though. Oh, what makes this trade system so cool? Just that it's like violently different from most other things. Like having basically an auction house is pretty standard. Like a lot of people have auction houses, right? But then to have an auction house that's limited in such a way where only one of the two endgame factions is even able to have access to an auction house at all, that's weird. Right? That's weird. That's unique. That's different. So what does the other faction offer? A ton of other things, ability to target farm some stuff, just basically like TLDR, better overall gear and the ability to target some stuff. However, you can't use any of the items that you traded for. If you're a trade faction and you change, you can't use those, and you can't sell any of the things that you find while you're in the like other faction either. So there's one faction that literally gets better loot but can't sell or buy things. And then there's a separate trade system, and this is the bit that interests me the most actually. There's a separate trade system of so same as like, I could get some of this wrong. If I get some of this wrong, somebody correct me. But if I'm in a party with someone and something drops, great, we can just trade it, no problem. I can just gift it to them, no problem at all. But let's say Shads and I have been playing together for 3 days, but he goes back to work. He's at work all day today and he can't play. And while I'm playing alone, I find an item, while we are not the auction house faction at all, I find an item that's the best in slot item for his class, the thing he was after, but he's at work. Well, since we've been playing together for 3 days, we'll have this thing, I think it's called Resonance. I'm not entirely positive that I'm getting the name of things right, but I'll get the idea right. That basically means I have a token of sorts that lets me trade an item to my friend who I've been playing with, even if he wasn't there. I will have resonance with shads. So because of that, I've got that resonance item. I'll be able to consume that resonance item and send the best in slot item that dropped for him, that dropped for me in solo play, to him. Can you sell an item that was traded to you? I actually don't know. Maybe, if you're the merchant guild people. Right, so here's the thing. What are item factions? So Circle of Fortune, Merchant Guild. Merchant Guild grants the ability to trade items with other players through the bazaar and player to player. So you can just like trade people. Circle of Fortune grants boosts to items found by yourself through prophecies and passive bonuses. Okay. Let's see if I can get some more specifics. Where am I looking? Merchant Guild. By selecting this, learn about the Merchant Guild. You will receive direction to the bazaar located just north of wherever the hell that word is. Listening to tradecraft, merchants, stalls, and all kinds of items, blah, blah, blah. There are some limitations, however, to buying and selling items on the bazaar. Firstly, the Merchant Guild only trades in worldly wares. This means that if an item has been dropped through the provenance of Circle of Fortune, it cannot be traded. Which is good. That means if you've got gear that you got through the other faction, even if you change factions, you're still not able to sell it. The guild views those items as bound to their owners and will not facilitate a trade. Second, the Merchant Guild maintains control over their economy by marking any items which pass through the hands of the merchant. Trade is sacred and a permanent exchange in the eyes of a guild. After you've purchased an item from the Merchant Guild, it cannot be traded again. This, in my mind, well, not in my mind, this removes people flipping. So flipping on the auction house or flipping on the bazaar in this case. I'm just going to keep calling it an auction house though. They're technically different things. It's probably important to start calling it the right thing. But anyway, so you can't flip things. There's not going to be like one person or one group of people being like, haha, all of those starbs that are really good belong to me and you must pay my price for it. Because if they buy 20 of them, well, they can't sell them again. So like you won't be flipping stuff. Thirdly, you must build up enough reputation with the Merchant Guild to deal with a particular item type or rarity. Not every street urchin can be trusted to exchange high-quality goods, blah, blah, blah. You will need sufficient favor to participate. Trades. Yep, sure. Rank 1, basic trade. You can buy and sell normal, magic, and rare items. Set items. You can buy and sell set items at rank 2. Buy and sell unique items with no legendary potential in rank 3. At rank 4, you can buy and sell idols. At rank 5, you can trade exalted weapons. Buy and sell unique weapons with legendary potential. At rank 6, buy and sell exalted items in the bazaar directly. All exalted items, great. Yeah, no price fixing, no flipping, no nothing can happen with this system. I think. All uniques, and then legendary weapons, and then all legendary items. So that's cool. However, next, Circle of Fortune. This is the one I'm going to be. So this one's for sure. Where can I find a guide to the build you're currently playing? It's just on last epoch, on max roll. It's but I mean I've already made some changes, but it's just a thorn totem build from max roll. That almost means you're unable to recoup costs as you upgrade. Yes, it does. But it also means that you'll be able to make more from selling items you find, because it's the same case for everybody else. Okay, so rank 1, Circle of Fortune. Rank 1, enemy item drop chance. Enemies have a 35% chance to drop twice as many items. That's rank 1. But remember, you can't trade any of these. So this is like a self-found thing. Upgraded Rune of Ascension. 45% chance for Rune of Ascension to be preserved when used on an item that requires at least Circle of Fortune rank 1. Rune of Ascension. To not use the Rune of Ascensions? Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. I should have read this ages ago. Rune of Ascension changes an item into a unique or a set item of the same item type. So that's cool. Whenever an item drops, there is a 25% chance for 2 more to drop at the same time. That's interesting. Why not a 50% chance for 1 more to drop? A 25% chance for 2 more to drop. Okay, sure. Affixes a 50 exalted affix chance. Affixes are 50% more likely to be exalted. Yo! Monolith Echo upgrade rewards. 35% chance to double the reward from Monolith Echoes. Yo! Uniques are twice as likely to have legendary potential. T7 affixes are twice as common. Items that would drop as rare above level 45 have a 25% chance to become exalted. When a set item would drop, the whole set drops instead. Items from prophecies are duplicated. When a set item would drop, the whole set drops instead. That would be OP if I gave a shit about set items. If they could have the Akuna's Will or legendary potential at all, I'd care about that, but they can't, so I don't care. That's okay. The rest of it looks really good. Prophecies are pseudo items that can be purchased in the observatory that cause certain item drops or increase the odds of finding higher tier affixes, etc. To acquire prophecies, start visiting the observatory. Sure. Tell us that we'll observe a constellation with a randomly generated prophecy of the stars. By hovering over the stars, you can see details. Okay. You can view all of the current prophecies with your faction window. You can have a maximum of 48 active prophecies in the game at any time. Huh. Prophecy events. The prophecy event will Some examples are death of criminal, death of an arena champion, death of X number of rares. Okay. Prophecy condition will outline any additional conditions that need to be met. Some examples are conditions are Mindless Arbiter, sure, or 320 corruption. Yep, okay. When you start getting prophecies, I don't have any yet. You can't get them yet. My understanding is, I think it's after Lagoon. I think it's after Lagoon. I'm not positive about that. Either way, it's not in the game. This is all coming at launch in like 2 weeks time. The conditions, yep, sure. Fairly straightforward. This is the kind of reward you can drop. X number of rare body armor, X number of exalted amulets, or a unique weapon, or a unique amulet with minimum LP1, etc. Lenses are items that can be purchased through your faction window and can be slotted into the telescope. Lenses are permanent items, so once you purchase a lens, you don't have to purchase it again. Okay. What do? Show me them again. 15% increased chance per rank to find a rune. %% reduced chance for prophecies to have an arena event. Fantastic. I want that. Fuck off, arena. When you view the faction shop, you'll have 2 tabs listing lenses and sure, cool. 15% chance per rank to find large idols, find uniques. Okay, sure. Here's the bit. While resonance are technically separate from the item faction system, because we have mentioned them in the original developer of providing item factions, we felt it only made sense to talk about them now. A little bit about resonance. Okay. I need to like know this. Resonance is a new type of item which drops when you're playing alongside another player for an extended period of time. Using resonance on an item will allow it to be gifted to that player even if they were not present when the item dropped. When a resonance drops, it will drop that player's name on an item card to show you who it enables you to gift it to. As you may notice from this example labeled, there are different types of resonance. Obsidian resonance required for legendary and exalted items. Gold, which is required for unique set or normals. Okay, cool. Sure. Upon picking up, resonance is placed in your inventory. It'll be stored. Your gifted inventory. What? Upon picking up a resonance is placed in your inventory and it will be stored into your gifted inventory when you store crafting components. Right, so when you press the button, which I wish that they never put in the button, and I wish that was automatic, but so it's just going to show up here. And that's how you'll be able to send it. Okay. Opening window play with a flyout menu. Yep, cool. One of the big questions, how often will you get them? The answer is it depends. The amount of time required to have a resonance drop is slightly random. The golden resonance will be more common than obsidian resonance. More common. You also want to make sure that resonance aren't used for pseudo trading as a way to bypass a merchant guild requirement. So you can expect these to drop fairly infrequently. At the current time, we don't want to share exactly those time ranges is. However, we'll of course be watching feedback and adjusting them. So one thing that is possible here, which is the downside of this system, is it doesn't appear like I need to have the resonance before the item drops, which does mean in theory, you could make a channel for it in a TFT server. Somebody finds a fantastic item that they absolutely want to sell for a lot of money, you can go to the TFT, sell it for a lot of money, go join a party with that person, and then play until a resonance drops as a pair, and then have them send you the item. I don't know how they're going to stop that. It would be awkward and unfun, and I don't love that that can happen. I don't know how they're going to stop that. But otherwise, it all looks pretty fucking good. It's still gonna be regardless of the it should be fine. I am real interested to see how this all shakes out. I think I'm gonna either start a Falconer or a Warlock. I definitely need to see the Falconer stuff.
I cannot die.
Like right now I'm leaning into this build that I'm playing right now as being my league start, but I could be convinced to start anything else. Consider the methodologies of a trade. Yeah, I just hope very, very thoroughly that we don't just end up with an auction house in PoE because of this. That would be the worst. Better solutions, please. Not auction house solutions, please. Please. When does this come out again? Like 2 weeks? 17th or something? Maybe 21st? I don't know, like 2 weeks-ish. Roughly. I don't know.
Farewell.
Like 4 a.m. here, like 3 a.m. for us. Or maybe even 2. I don't think I'll be starting at launch purely because of the launch time. Like it's just, just no. Enter the tomb hidden amongst the dunes. Okay. Something with instant buyouts, don't know exact details. Yeah. Instant buyouts is good. Auction houses are bad. Bazaars are a lot better than auction houses. I don't know where this quest is. Enter the tomb hidden amongst the dunes. Okay. It's hidden pretty well. How long does the campaign take in Eliphas and Boobs? I don't know. I want to say probably 10 to 12 hours, but the last like 3 or 4 even hours of that don't actually need to happen right away. Like you can enter the end game before then. You can come back and finish the campaign later. You need to do the campaign for each new character you make. Yep. Sadness. I don't know where. It's only been the last few years. I don't know where this like I shouldn't have to do the campaign fucking thought came from. Like, Diablo is like the only game that's ever let you skip the campaign, and it might as well have not had leveling to begin with, because if you get on 20 minutes behind or you make an ult, you can just be level 70 in like 4 minutes. You might as well just not have leveling at all. You might as well just start people at endgame if you're gonna do that. Early campaign even for noobs should take 4 hours to monoliths. I think for a noob, my guess was like 5-ish, maybe 6 if you're like a proper noob at the game. But it's like 10 to finish the whole campaign, but you don't need to finish the whole campaign. You only need to get 2 monoliths, which I think you can do in 4 or 5 hours. Well, I'm looking everywhere just to finish this quest. I could just abandon it. I just like finishing quests. It makes me happy. Like, I don't need it anymore. I've got all my idols unlocked. I'm done. But I picked it up, and so I just want to finish it before I start monoliths. Well, I think I'm just going to abandon this quest, since I've explored this entire map and I have absolutely no idea where the fuck the entrance is. Nothing ever showed up on my map. I never saw anything. The right zone? Well, it's not a zone. It's not like that's the door that I'm near, and it's the upper district that is the thing over there. This is supposed to be enter The tomb hidden amongst the dunes. Fucking what? The fuck?
Thank you for the assist there.
I already
You
did
have
that.
perhaps- I can't complain about that offer. You ready to head out then?
Yeah, I have a friend.
Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs. The Scalebane use these to stage ambushes on people and trader caravans. Makes me sick to see them exploit our people like this.
Okay. I was able to kill the king with the EMF chieftain. Yep. I've been killing the king with it. Oh, here's an area I wasn't explored. Nope, it's not here either. Rip. Rip. Oh. It didn't even show up on my map. What the fuck?
These tombs supposedly hold untold
Show up on
levels
my
of-
map at least when I get close.
I'd love to clear them out at some point, but we've got far too much to do right now.
I mean, I just want to leave. Unless I do. Maybe I do want to leave. Oh my god, there's another entrance there. Okay. Hidden is hidden. I mean, yes, but next time I just won't pick up that quest. Pain in the ass.
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
I'll just skip that one. Plenty of other quests. I don't need that. Ooh. Okay. I don't think I can use that and the big one at the same time, can I? Doesn't fit there. Huh. Is this a Cold Thunder Werebear or Caster Druid? Totems? Totems. This is Totem Druid. Or, perhaps more appropriately, I am Groot. Oh my lord.
Can I help you?
Talk to the thing. There we go. Have we heard if there's any chance for item affinity for tabs? I don't remember hearing anything about that. I am all for it personally, but I haven't heard anything about it at all. Okay. Search for the contract hidden within the slums. I just want to finish this quest chain, man. Does everything get reset on launch? Effectively, yes, but not really. Instead of resetting it all goes to basically their equivalent of standard or an eternal realm. And when this launch happens, it'll be like basically season 0. There's no season mechanic, it's just a full launch, but that'll be the new season where everybody starts fresh. So like, it doesn't technically wipe. You'll still have access to all your shit, but it won't matter because it's all on standard. It's pretty fucking bad in this game, but no, I think the campaign's fucking great. It's best to just wait for launch. It depends on what kind of person you are. I think it's perfectly acceptable to wait for launch. Worst, most incomprehensible storyline. Oh, I've never paid attention to the storyline. I'm gonna be honest. I just like follow the dots and kill things. But I never pay attention in any game. So like, when I address whether or not the campaign is good, it's like am I fucking bored shitless doing this? Or am I killing mobs and enjoying myself? And the answer is I'm killing mobs and enjoying myself. So I'm happy with the campaign. Black Sheep. Over to 14-month reset. Yeah, I guess if we're talking about like actual storyline, I don't really have any input because I have never paid attention to the storyline in this or any other game. Have you played a story-driven game that you liked? Yes. Yes. All the Final Fantasies? Noticed that with many RPG content creators, it's kind of weird to me. Makes zero sense. What, that we don't care about like lore and story at all? I think, again, this might be for everyone, but I think ARPGs overall attract that kind of person who cares more about an endless grind that feels rewarding and the power fantasy of murdering hundreds and thousands of mobs more than I care about some story. Like I care far more about like the gameplay and that I'm rewarded for my time, and also that the grind is at least, if not completely endless, at least has several hundred hours of replayability in it, because that's what I want to do. I don't, obviously you like the campaign, so it's not literally everyone, but I think a very large part of the ARPG audience in general couldn't care less about the story in your campaign. I think it's probably the least important part when you're making a game, because the large majority of people don't fucking care. Like the only reason I know anything about PoE's lore and story at all, and this is after we're probably starting to close in on something around 30,000 hours of PoE played. And the only reason I know anything is because of Kit and Kat Noodle's lore videos. I have never paid attention to the campaign. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm still not entirely sure why we kill Piety 6 times or if she's really dead. I just know she shows up a lot. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, so I played like Divinity Original Sins is very story driven, and I loved that. I really enjoyed Baldur's Gate, like a lot. I wish I got to play hundreds more hours of Baldur's Gate. Unfortunately, every time I try and play Baldur's Gate on stream, it gets like 8 viewers. So I never made it past Act 1, and I do not have the time to play video games off stream. So I absolutely loved that too. Loved it though. The story there was amazing. I wanted to keep going. I'm all about the story in games like that. It's just for some reason in ARPGs, I don't care. Cared a whole heap about Lilith's story. You know why? Because Diablo 4 is not at least not a successful ARPG. It's an RPG game, like a one-time playthrough. The story's really good sort of game, not an ARPG. And 2 days ago, 27 hours playtime now. This game is so good. I can't stop playing it. It's so good. It's so good. If people would have watched it, I would have played hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours of it. It's so good. So this might be stupid core, but I've spent 2 days troubleshooting why our computer wouldn't boot once, and it was the longest it ever took me to figure it out. And it was actually one of the screws that screwed my motherboard into the case that it was in didn't have a washer on the bottom, and therefore I was connecting directly to the metal and it was shorting everything out. And it took me 2 days to find that, because I went through all of the process of unplug this, see if it boots, unplug this, see if it boots, unplug that, see if it boots, and just going through everything and racking my brain and getting really fucking angry. And it was just that I'd screwed directly onto metal instead of a washer, and so it was like shorting the whole board. Then I got really fucking angry at myself for spending 2 days unplugging and plugging different things in and getting really frustrated, and I didn't need to. It didn't come with washers, oddly. It probably won't need to. Most cases have not directly metal to the thing you screw into. It's just that my case didn't have that, and it came with little rubber washers that I was supposed to use, and I didn't. Well, I'm going to tell you, of all of the quests that I have done in this entire campaign, this quest chain, absolute trash. If I recognize this one next time, I'm going to skip it.
What brings you here?
Here we go. Nope, this is something else.
What brings you here?
Whatever. Take all my money. Sure.
Farewell.
Whatever. I'll bet he would have given me more money for whatever that was. Finally, it's done. Worst quest in the game, that one. All right. Done that one while leveling without a problem. The only problem is this one and the last one in this chain don't show up on the minimap at all. So if you walk past them and don't notice them, they're gone. And that's what I did. I walked past them and didn't notice them, and they're gone. You've now got
Find a
like
treasure, my friend.
the whole map is there and you don't know what you're doing, and
Just means you're due for a big one. Don't worry.
drink.
Take care.
Will do. I wish that I could favorite some of these shards just to put them at the top. Really? All of it at once? Okay, sure, whatever. That'll do. Just be like, these shards, they're the ones I want to use. And just have them show up near the top. I think that would be very useful.
Take care.
Will do. That'll do. Way more armor. Okay, anything else here I want to put on? Nah. Do I want to steal anything from my own stash that I earned previously, or not? This is less about, is there like a good thing that I want, and more about, do I want to like cheat? I'm gonna go with no.
Ah, yes. Farewell.
Bye-bye. Repair. Build is smooth, don't need to cheat. True, actually. Now, this might be the wrong play, but I continuously prioritize these ones that say tomes of experience. Whenever I see them, I'm just like, yes, more XP, go. I don't know if it's the right play, but more XP, go. Right, I'm gonna make a coffee real quick before we start. Mapping, rifting, monolithing sounds wrong. That's too many. That's too much. There's too many words. Echoing? No. Before I start doing monos. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it mapping. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna call it mapping. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be back in a second. Fucking love coffee. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let me into the maps. How'd the descaling go? You think I did it? Look, I bought the descaler. That's step one. We'll get to step two, actually descaling the thing at some point. Look, the light that tells me that it needs to be descaled only turned on 3 months ago. Sorry. Fairly sure mine turned on about 3 years ago. Yay, I'm doing better than Chaz. Descale for the coffee machine that I have. I have pod coffee machine. It's basically just a cleaner. It's basically just saying, yo, your coffee machine's filthy. Run the cleaner through it. A coffee you got yesterday, the huge box. I mean, I made a coffee. I mean, I didn't make the entire box of coffee that I got yesterday. That's several months worth of coffee. I don't like to run out of coffee. It annoys me. And I don't like to order coffee because that also annoys me. Now, unfortunately, I can't do both. So I had to do something. How do you exit when you're on a controller? Surely I don't have to use the thing to come over here and press the open portal button. There has to be like a button that... Oh. That one. Nice. Okay, that's the button. I knew there'd be a button. Wasn't sure what it was, but I knew it'd be there. So I know you get bonus stability for clearing enough enemies. I wonder if during progression that matters at all, or whether you should just complete and leave, complete and leave, complete and leave. Is the most interesting and more rewards. I think I'll also go with that for now. Like, I'm not going to try and skip mobs. I'll take whatever bonus instability I manage to get while clearing towards what I'm doing. But otherwise, meh. Excuse me. Where are my totems? What is happening? Okay. I have a small problem. A controller support problem. It doesn't spawn totems when I spawn them at this thing. It spawns them over here, If I try and spawn them at this thing, they just disappear. They just don't exist. I can't spawn totems over here. They're gone. That's actually like a proper problem. That's awkward. Okay. Where's my loot? Why can't I pick it up? Why can't I see it? Okay, now I have a new problem. No filter? Okay, but I'm pressing X to disable the filter. I should see everything. No filter. What if that's a cool unique that I want? What if that's a cool unique that I want? It could be my belt. It absolutely could be my belt. Ah, but when I relog, this zone doesn't exist. Oh no. Report a bug. I can see loot beams. I cannot see loot. Apparently Alt-Z is the GeForce experience. What is that? Yo, he fixed it. I've never done that in my life. How do I stop that? How do I stop that from ever happening again? Graphics. Social gameplay. Where's management? Where's hotkeys? Where's hotkeys? Sync gameplay. Input keys. Turn that shit off. I never ever want that to happen again. It's not that one. Loot filter toggle, because that's the button I was pressing. So it's not loot filter toggle. Cosmetic overlay. Aha! You. Can I click and just hit like remove? I can. Okay, but how do I? Okay, so that's the one, but I want to change its controller setting as well. I might have to get there via the controller to make that happen. Where was it? Where was it? Very common. It helped a lot of people with this. I'll bet it happens way more on a controller than anything else, because that's not a good controller input. Like that's not a good place for it to be. Open crafting, toggle user, toggle 2 clips from items on ground, but it's not there. Okay, well, it still happens. There has to be a way to fix this. Is it this thing? No. Okay. How do I stop it? It's not actually a hotkey. Can I really not stop it? It's not there. It doesn't have a... All the other controller buttons are there. X input gamepad. Correct. Assign it to something on your controller and then remove it. Yo, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. I can't assign controller. How do you change hotkeys on a controller at all? Okay. So that's how you can click on any of these and have them change. But you can't select one of these and have it change. You also can't change the left stick button. So if you didn't want left stick to be an overlay map, you can't change it. What button is it bound to? The same button you open a portal with. If you press left tab, it opens a portal, and if you hold it for just half a second, it doesn't open a portal. It just makes all of the items invisible, and it's like very quick as well. So it's gonna happen like a lot to me while I'm playing, and it's the same button that I would open a portal with. You just hold it for like, that might be a third of a second. I don't want it to do that. Please don't hide all my loot while I'm trying to portal out. I don't want it to do that. I don't want it to do that at all. I'll tell you what. Let me just try relaunch the game and see if that fixes anything. That's a pretty common issue. Yeah, it's probably not like a bad option to have. The problem for me is that's one, the wrong keybind to have that on. Like, just that's not the place for a controller. And two, why can't I change it? That's the bigger problem. Why could I not change the hotkey? I would like to change the hotkey, please. But we'll just try logging back in again and see if that helps. Maybe relaunching. Maybe just move Portal to a different button. I will if I have to. But the button that Portal's on is the right button to have Portal on. That's exactly where I would have put Portal myself. Like that is absolutely the like intuitive place. If mail paint on polish, gel polish, actually. Very sparkly gel polish. Okay. Let's see if just relaunching fixes that. Ah. I suspect it's not going to. Interesting. Nope. Okay. Oh no. I also can't change D-pad right and D-pad left around. I was like, all right, be that way. I'll just change what left and right do. I'll move Portal to the wrong hotkey so I don't accidentally press that. But you also can't change those either. You can only change these ones that are highlighted. I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. Yeah, there's like, I'm not allowed to control what D-pad up, down, right, left does. I can't clear anything. That's weird. Okay, that's weird. I don't like that. That's a real big problem. That's actually going to be really fucking annoying, to be honest. Get a third-party program to change the controller inputs. So the problem with that is it's the same controller input to drop a portal as it is to turn the filter off. And so I can't just remap it through Windows or something else, right? Because when you press the portal button, right? Hang on. When we press the portal button, portal opens. Right? And when we hold it for a split second, not even half a second, less than half a second, it turns off all the loot in the game and doesn't open a portal. So if you're like a little slow on the thumb opening a portal, you make all your loot invisible. There's nothing you can do about it because you can't change either of the binds on the controller. You can't remap it with a third party because it's the same button. Nothing I can do about it. That's an issue. That's an actual issue. That is an actual issue. That I hope that gets fixed. That's actually the most annoying thing I found in the entire game. That is a problem. I do hope that is something that gets fixed. I'm not gonna lie. Mostly the controller support in this game isn't like the best, but it's above average. Like it's pretty good, except for the fact that apparently I don't get to control my hotkeys. But other than that, it's been pretty good. I actually think it's a little bit too good, which is a weird thing to say. And what I mean is its auto targeting is actually a little bit too strong. Like right here, I was standing about here-ish, right? And I was facing this way and I pressed the totem button at a group of mobs that were here, right? And it auto targeted from here to the mob that was up here because it was closer, but that's not the one I was headed for. It's like its auto targeting to help you is a little bit too strong. Which is probably not a problem for most builds. This is probably a totem related problem more than anything else, to be honest. Is this a one button walking build? Kinda, yeah. I just place totems and run around. I mean, I guess technically I have a heal I can cast. I never need to though. Just drop totems. Okay, so now I wish I didn't report that bug as a bug problem because obviously it's not a bug. Well, I mean, there's a different bug, but it's not the bug that I said it was. It was a hotkey. And now I feel bad for wasting somebody's time because somebody's going to read that bug report. But at the same time, this might be the first game I've ever filed a bug report in. They made that so fucking simple. 99% of the time when I go, there's bug, I should report that. And I look at the bug report system and it always involves like, could you take a screenshot of your game and could you upload your client file and could you go to this forum and post it here? And I just close it down. And I go, nope, bye. I'm just like, nah, this is too much work, buddy. I don't want to. You can't make me. In this one, I just like right clicked. I was like, yep, report a bug. And it was like, include a screenshot. And it just took a screenshot for me and included that in the client and off I go. And I was just like, that is how you get people to report bugs. You make it really fucking easy on my side to do so. Make it really, really fucking easy for me, the user. And I will report the bug for you. No problem. Easy. Easy. Anytime. Make it annoying for me. Pass. Two minions teleported around you when you use a traversal skill. What? What does that even mean? What minions? My minions? I'm confused. Hold on. Wait, where the hell am I? Hang on. Oh, that's not the button. Yes, it just pulls two of my minions with me. So presumably if I have like 10 minions, it'll just be two random minions. Experimental affixes cannot exist as shards. Apart from temp minions such as totems and shit. That is actually a really cool thing to have. Yeah, and that's only a T1 affix. I don't know how high experimentals go. That's obviously not useful for my build, but it is very cool. Oh, here's a different one. 41% minion damage. 5 minions teleported around you? Either or. Oh no, they're both. It's a little dicey to change between them mid combat. Like if you're running around and then you move your mouse, it locks you into running in a direction until you stop moving the mouse and then move the controller again. So like you get a little bit, or you can just like click to indicate, but it's really easy to come out of the dungeon and then just open your inventory and start inventory management with your mouse and keyboard. It doesn't seem to accept both inputs simultaneously, but it is very easy to stop using one and then use the other. Right? Like you don't have to reboot or do anything. You just... But if you literally try and do both at the same time, like you can in D4, you can run around with the controller and actively be using the mouse at the same time. This client is not handling that at all. If you try and use both together, you get all sorts of weird shit happening. But as long as you stop using one and use the other, it's fine. Goose, thank you very much for the prime. I don't even know what that means, but I love it. That sounded like the same girl that said, "Can I pet that dog?" I don't know if it is, but it sounds like the same one. I hope everybody's seen that. Can I pet that dog? Oh man. Did I bug the place again? Oh no, this is an arena. Right. I didn't realize I was in an arena. I was like, where's my mini map? Can I pet that dog? Yo, who's got the foot fetish MTX thing? Oh my god, it's cute dog. Of course it is. Of course it is. Who else would it be? All right, my next question. Does it count as a foot fetish if you really like your feet being played with, but it's not like a sexual thing? Does it still count as a foot fetish? Like if I'm lying on the couch and somebody's like lightly tickling my feet, that's great, but it's not going to turn me on. I really like it. It's very relaxing, but it's not a sex thing. It's not like a, that's not like a, oh, this is attractive. That's just like a, it feels really nice and relaxing. Does that still count as a foot fetish? If it's not sexual, it won't fall under fetish at all. Okay. In that case, I don't have a foot fetish. I don't think feet are like sexy or anything. I think the foot fetish thing seems weird to me, but I mean, you do you. But I do like my feet being played with, but not in a sex way. Just in like a, this is a very relaxing thing to happen way. I'm saying no one's ever looked at a nutsack and been like, what a good, nice, photogenic nutsack. And it's still true. There's still a few things about controller that could use some love. I wonder how high a priority controller support really is for video games though. Like, how many people actually care whether you have good controller support or not? Because it's basically a numbers game, right? Like, if enough people care, then the priority is higher. And if very little people care, then the priority is lower. P4 kind of crap, but I tried the WASD and it feels great. I wish this game had that. I really personally really enjoy playing ARPGs with a controller. It's just really nice. Although I don't know how much of that is because it would have been my preference or how much of that is because my hands are fucked. Because you see I almost always wear these, especially when I'm playing PoE. I have like decent hand problems. We have compression gloves that we sell to people at !gloves because they're really good and they help a lot. A lot of that is because of my hand problems, and I do not get those problems when I get to play with a controller. So I don't end the day with sore hands, which is fantastic for me. Absolutely love it. Is driving like yes, I would have because driving with a keyboard and mouse sucks. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be as into controllers if I didn't have hand problems, right? Because you do definitely get more control with the keyboard and mouse and like better accuracy and all that sort of stuff. But for me, just not being in pain after playing video games for 10 hours holds quite a lot of weight. Like that does make it quite a bit better. Does the portal of a $50 supporter pack look kind of phallic? I don't even know what game you're talking about. Ellie. What's the button? Show me the MTXs. It's not M. It's not N. It's cosmetic store. Don't know what button it is, but oh, I wonder if I have any of this. I don't know if I have any of this already. I don't even know how to check. I got something because I have some points. I don't know where they came from or what it is that I got. Oh, these are not done like... Oh, these are not done like PoEs. This isn't like higher levels. These are all... Oh, God damn it. Stop it. These are all like different things. Like, it's not like you could buy the highest pack and have everything. Are they all different? Check if you have the new pet. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's so fucking cute. I don't care about this one. Fuck that one off. I only want to use... Get off. I only want to use this guy. He's so cute. I don't think I have any other MTXs. Just that. Yeah, just that. Do backslot? Ah, I do. I've got some points to spend, but I'm not going to worry about what to spend them on yet. Yeah, the new supporter packs for release give you the previous tier, which is Pog. Wait, what? Didn't we just say that they didn't? Wait, how do I get back to them again? Open shop, supporter packs. These ones? Oh, these are are you talking about this? The supporter packs like PoE mostly visual, exclusively visual. Actually, if anything, this game is better about spending money than PoE is, because you can't actually buy stash tabs. Those are bought with in-game gold, and will be reset each season. You'll have to rebuy stash tabs each season, but also they're not a lot of in-game gold. So like it's perfectly doable unless you want a bajillion of them, which I do, but that's fine. I'll farm gold. How long a season game isn't outright, but approximately? I believe that they're doing the same. I could be wrong about this. Please, anyone feel free to correct me. I believe they're doing the same idea as PoE, 3-month cycles, because they work pretty well. But they also intentionally, with thought, balancing or not balancing, scheduling their releases around PoE's launches as well. For several reasons. One, they know there's a large crossover audience. And two, they themselves are also the crossover audience. Like they're developers that play PoE. They don't want to be launching their game at the same time as they want to be playing the new PoE season. So we should always find Last Epoch launching at a convenient time for us as PoE players. It's going to be hard when PoE 2 is out. Here's my perfect dream scenario. All right. Dream scenario. Here's how this goes, right? PoE 2 launches. I play it for about 5 weeks. Last Epoch launches. I move over there. I play that for about 3 or 4 weeks. And then I either do 1 week of like variety, or I play this for the whole 4 weeks, and then PoE 1 launches. I go play that for 2 weeks, and then there's 2 weeks worth of downtime for variety for hopefully things like Torchlight or Undecember or Diablo if it gets good enough to play again or whatever. Like we'll just be constantly moving around with like 3 to 4 weeks per game every single season. That's fucking the dream scenario. I'm never going to get burned out in a game because by the time I've been playing it for 3 or 4 weeks, it's time to move to the next launch. Doesn't that sound fucking exciting? And then, heaven forbid, there's like a horribly bad PoE league that we're just not enjoying. Okay, there's like so many other games to play now, or at least there will be, right? Like there's so many other places to go. Like you don't have to be at the whim of one game anymore, which is how I feel like I've been for the last several years. Like for the last several years, you're like, if this PoE league fails, what the fuck do I do with my life? I got nothing to do. Well, there'll be other things to do. Here it is again. Here's that same bug. When I controller summon totems on these quest things, they don't summon. And now that it's dead, I can summon totems again. They just don't summon sometimes. I don't know what's up with that. That's a weird controller thing. Oh wait, I don't think I need to do more of these. I think that was enough. Well, I'm in it now. Oh, excuse me. burner game comes out and boom, you have a problem because you don't have enough time to play them all. Look, not having enough time to play all the video games is a way better problem than I don't know what to play. Right? Not having enough time to play all the video games is so much better than not having enough video games for all of my playtime. Okay, I need to get rid of this 8 dough thing. I need to get like an official Xbox connector because I'm using this like 8-bit connector thing for my Xbox controller and it just disconnects randomly. And it's a really, really, really annoying problem. This isn't a last epoch problem. This is a that connector problem. Please. There we go. If a motherboard has a Bluetooth module in it, you don't even need a dongle for the Xbox controller? It does not. Unfortunately. Something that lives rent free in my head as Jonathan during or right after the PoE2 mentioned PoE has to compete with D4. Yeah, even they thought D4 was going to be better. I bet they're not worried about that anymore. See, I can't summon totems on this thing. This is a definite bug. I can only summon totems away from the quest thing. Definite bug. We've encountered quite a few bugs with the controller support here. There's quite a few things not working right with controller support. I mean, this is exactly what I want, but I need you to have the totem thing on it, and I don't know if I have any of those. No, I do not. This is, I'd have to blow that up for it, which isn't worth it right now. What's the command for build? I'm confused. What are you asking? Is this build presumably? Oh, it's just off max roll. I don't even have a command for it. Oh, yeah, I never did it. I thought a game ever turns out my controller was just drifting. Nah, this one's got a few issues. This one's if you're using the controller and you move the mouse at all, it locks the controller into running in that direction. It doesn't stop. It can't actually accept inputs from both at the same time, which is fine. I can get used to that. That's not a big problem. Here's the biggest problem though, Tanky. Here's the biggest problem. This is a huge problem for me. When you press this button, which you can't remap, it opens a portal. That's fine. When you press it for 1/4 of a second too long, it turns off all the loot and hides everything. And barely even gives you a warning. And you can't actually remap them. If you hold it for 1/4 of a second too long, you don't see loot anymore. And when you go into settings input to look for the keys, right? All of these, I can change what they are. But I can't change use portal. There's no option for it. It's just locked to D-pad right. And also the button that does that, toggle tooltips for items on the ground, doesn't even have a hotkey, and I can't clear it and I can't change it. So the same button that opens my portal has to open my portal. I can't remap it. And it also has to hide all the items on the ground if I hold it for 1/4 of a second. And I can't even use a third-party program or Windows to remap it because it's the same key. So whatever I remap it to, it'll still be the same problem. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I hope that something gets done about that. It is horrendous. Like, it's also the kind of thing that hopefully is really, really easy to fix. So I hope that it's fixed literally before launch. Like, I want this to not be a problem when we launch. Like, it doesn't sound like it should be the end of the world as far as solving problems go. So it should be doable.
Yes.
What I do is I use Steam configuration to bind keyboard keys to my controller. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. Okay, if this problem doesn't get solved, that's how I'll fix it. I'll use Steam to remap all my controller into keyboard buttons and then set the keyboard buttons up how I want. That seems like that's as far away as I can get. Oh, this. Boop. Sorry. The answer is I didn't get a chance to make it Castmaster, the thing that I said I was going to make. I just didn't get a chance to. Hopefully I'll remember to do it. All I was going to do was pull the max roll guide and put it into the actual builder so that I could close the goddamn web page off. That's all. I just didn't get the chance to do that yet. Let's debug with the controller. Yep. It's decent. Not fantastic, but better than most games. It could still use some improvements. I wouldn't do any menu or inventory management or anything like that with a controller, but to be fair, like both Diablo 4 and Torchlight Infinite have what I would call fantastic controller support. And even in both of those games, I still don't do menus or inventory with a controller. Like, I just don't. And they have what I would consider fantastic controller support. Guys, I just want to pick up the loot. It's the same button to activate the chest as it is to pick up the loot, and sometimes it just doesn't work. It just, the chest is still activatable. And I looked up the max roll guide. It said to use their leveling guide and then switch. Yeah, I didn't read the guide, man. I just like glanced at the skill trees. It was all I wanted, and then made up my own shit as I went. The private league channel moved out and Discord, but it's over. Probably. Yeah. Eventually I'll get around to my idea of reworking the entire Discord server. Hey, Snap. How do you? I want to do the things. How do I do that with a controller? I have to do this? That's annoying. But and then see what gets nerfed. Nice. What if the build you're playing gets buffed? That'd be a weird feeling. The real question is, how do you pull yourself away from the giant fucking MF league we've got? How do you stop playing PoE? It's so fun. Stop playing because my hands told me to. Fair. Gave my MF build to made it work last night. Oh, I guess that's one way to stop MFing. Give your build away. But what are you going to do for the next 2 weeks now? Fair. Available to not watch Snap's video. Why? Will still room master off me. I don't think it'll matter if we're playing the same build. It's probably getting multiple nerfs. The question is how much. The bigger question for me is how much, if at all, before launch do we get patch notes if those happen? Like, I don't know what to expect from 11th hour. Do I expect patch notes a week out so I have a little bit of time to prepare? Do we get thrown in the deep end? Surprise, figure it out as you go? Like, do we get patch notes a week ahead of time? A day ahead of time? I believe what they said in passing. They told me that earlier. 3 days ahead? I can deal with 3 days ahead. That's fine. I can deal with 1 day ahead. Servers will be closed for 24 hours before launch. Patch notes pretty much have to be ready by then. That's also true. That makes sense. Oh, that's right. I vaguely remember this. GeForce Now updated quickly. Fairly multiplayer is actually playable and launch. I've still never used GeForce Now for anything. Like, if my computer's already good enough to play the game without a problem, what's the advantage of GeForce Now? I thought it was basically just for people who are like, I'm trying to play on a laptop. What do you get? Sure, whatever. Running issues and little chance for desync. Little chance for desyncs. I wonder if that's something we should be doing. Sounds like it's something we should be doing. Multiplayer in this game is horrible. There's now anything we can, unless both of you are literally playing on 5 ping servers. All of us will literally be playing on like 12 ping servers. Us anyway. From 1 to 100, what are the chances that Last Epoch will not have server problems at launch? 0. 0. They're doing their very, very best to make it as smooth as possible, but there's no chance that they don't have some problems on launch. If one person is sitting on a 50 or 60 ping, they're going to have multiple minute-long load screens. Shads is the only person in danger of that. I don't know how Shads is. Because you're in WA, right? So you're going to be the only person like real far away from the servers. I imagine your ping is more like 40-ish instead of like the 12 that we're all getting. I imagine. To 50. So your room doesn't get so goddamn hot because your GPU doesn't heat up. So it was great for letting me play with you and not melt my hands off. Okay. And too hot even during the winter. Wow. Just gonna do that for now. LE has the same new route to Singapore as PoE does, so my lowest server is now Asia by 3 milliseconds. It's 51 to Oz. Oof. Yeah, I'm 12 to 14-ish is where I sit. Very good ping. I haven't actually looked, but I imagine it has to be Sydney. Can't be Brisbane, or it'd be... If it was Brisbane, it'd be single-digit ping. So it must be Sydney. I do remember us not having very many problems when we were playing like a few months back. Even Chad's not having problems until Dreadful went to do something for us. He went to give us a carry on something, and then suddenly like all of us were like, oh my god, the load screen is fucking horrendous. Like it took us like 18 minutes to load into a zone, and every second zone would like bug out somehow. It was horrendous. How often do you see kangaroos? Not often. I don't really live out in the sticks. Like, I don't know. Maybe at most once a year. See koalas pretty often. But roos are generally a little more out. They're a little more out than where I am. Want to come make a new character quickly and test these load screens? Yeah, all right, let's go. Just leave game. Create a new online character. What's the social button? Do? Nope. Y T R M J K H. That's right, H for homie. I remember this. H for homie. Okay. Oh, Chad's came to me. Sweet. Assume Coops is gonna come to me too. We all made the same character? Alright, let's just get through this one area, or maybe two areas, and just like see how things go.
He wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's legacy. We can't let him.
All of us is super satisfying. Yeah, I quite enjoy it. But I'm never going to lightning zap again. It's time for fireball now. That's not bad. You could think Balor is multi-boxing.
When you arrived, it was Mike and what? Are you all good? Name's no one. Come, let me watch you fight.
TroubleMage is unironically the team comp. One person in our group is definitely playing a paladin. I know that. I'm currently leaning towards playing that totem build that I was just playing, which does come with some like big AoE heals that just constantly pump out all the time, which would be kind of cool. But that's just like a small leaning towards. I might do anything, who knows. As I'm probably starting Rune Master. Shads is probably starting Rune Master too. So there'll be two of you and two support classes.
And for what?
I don't know if Blakey's joining us or not. But I mean, two Rune Masters and two supports is probably a good. That'll probably do fine, right?
Where'd you learn to fight?
That's exactly what we're running. Nice. What are your two supports? Because we're doing Paladin and probably like Druid or Shaman. The totem thing that I'm doing probably.
Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
For our like group, we're not like a dedicated always together group like you guys generally are, so it's still like it's important that we are all capable of playing on our own, but we still want to have like synergy to be able to like play with friends. That seems fine to me. That load screen seems great to me.
It's now. Speaking of, I must head there now. Feel free to look around. I'll see you shortly.
Can you load the flower area and see the very next zone is bigger? I don't know what that means, but let's run to an exit.
Great, what you could they do. The Grail was just telling me of your battle. I am Lena, one of the Keeper's Council.
The bigger problem is how long it takes to start loading the zone. Look at how far away I've gotten. I nearly got all the way to the waypoint. Loading itself wasn't bad. Act 1 is so much cooler than before. It's so pretty. I haven't played since the rework. Oh yeah. It's actually like way better. The one time in the world ever that being all Australian is going to benefit us in the gaming area. Normally we get shafted in every single turn. We're probably okay here. No, they're gonna tell people to go to the Aussies. And I told people to come on and it instantly died. Yeah, I actually remember that. Everything was running great. And then there was like an official word. Aussie servers are doing fine. Log into those. And then we were like, oh, they're fucking trash now. Oh, get off my server. All right, that's enough out of me. Here's the waypoint. Should I get this name now or wait until the update, or it doesn't matter? Well, realistically, it doesn't matter. But if you know you're buying it anyway, you should buy it now so that you've at least got it like installed and checked settings and whatnot. And then otherwise it's up to you. Like you could play for a little bit for the next week or so to just get used to the game and like figure out how things just generally function, or you can go in completely blind, which is super valid. It's a super valid, super fine thing to do. If you want to go in completely blind, that's fine too. Like if you plan on being like a hardcore degenerate, then you shouldn't go in blind. You should be practicing right now. But some people don't want to be degenerates, so I don't want to be a degenerate. That's a lie. I don't know if you're lying to yourself or to me, but it's a lie.
Impossible.
I mean, I haven't seen you play stuff, but I've seen the amount of content you put out. And so you must play a decent amount of video games in general.
Hey there, want to try your luck?
Especially the deluxe and ultimate version's worth it. My understanding is sort of yes, but also only if you care about MTX. Everything in this game is like 100% just. Like everything you could buy in this game is 100% just visual. So other than the base game, you will get no more advantage no matter how much you spend, even more so than PoE, because even stash tabs are paid with in-game currency. So like they are worth spending more money if you want those MTXs or want MTX points to spend or whatever. But they will offer you nothing. As far as like power goes. Bum, 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 bum. What the hell? Almost 1 AM here. Do I go grab Wendy's or McDonald's? Those are the only things open. I'm gonna say Wendy's because we don't have that here. But we do have McDonald's, and I'm aware of how shit that is. So I can only assume that Wendy's is better. But we don't have it, so I don't know. Wendy's is the first XRCon because they have it in New Zealand. It was gross. Okay, so Wendy's in New Zealand is actually quite shit. The one time I had Wendy's in America, I was also quite high, and it was 1 or 2 in the morning. And at that point, it tasted fantastic, and I absolutely loved it. How much of that experience was real? Oh. Okay. There's no Wendy's in Oz. Not the Wendy's you're thinking of. We have a Wendy's, but it's an ice cream place, right? We have Hungry Jacks. We do. I love Hungry Jacks. Love it. Which is just Burger King. The equivalent to Wendy's / Burger King. So, but Hungry Jack's is Burger King. And when I say Hungry Jack's is Burger King, I really mean it actually is Burger King. Like on the Hungry Jack's wrapper, it says Burger King Incorporated, as in it's only called Hungry Jack's because of some like legal problem they had appearing in Australia for the first time, and were basically told they're not allowed to use the name here. And so it is Burger King. Hungry Jack's is Burger King. Wendy's is basically Burger King with different buns. Isn't Wendy's the one that has like sliders where you can get like a rack of 12 burgers, but each burger's like this big? They're like single bite burgers. Isn't that Wendy's? No, that's White Castle. Oh, in that case, it was White Castle that I had when I was in America that I liked while high. My bad. I would cast more totems here, but I literally can't. Like, it doesn't let me. I have to have other mobs around to cast totems. Hello? Hello? Somebody's like knocked at my door but didn't come in. Hang on a second. Back in just a sec. Oh, here we go. I got food. Two pieces of what I assume are chicken, and then just fucking vegetables. Just fucking plate full of vegetables. Every time I eat a plate full of vegetables, I think to myself, maybe you could just be fat. Maybe just being fat forever is not the end of the world. Maybe you could just eat pizza and Burger King and fucking big plates of pasta until you die and just be happy. The problem with that is forever becomes a lot shorter if you do that. Yeah, that is the real problem. Fine, I'll keep eating vegetables. Points from being able to highlight a message only takes forever. Yeah, but what do you need to highlight a message for? I read them all anyway. The only way a bus could hit me is if it fell out of a plane that was carrying it. That's a joke about not going outside, but also hilarious. Honestly, if you somehow die from being hit by a bus that was dropped out of a plane by accident that was flying above you, you're making international news. You're making international news. Like, that is like, everyone on the planet knows that this happened to you. Could you imagine the headlines that would come out of that? Man living in woods off the grid for 10 years gets hit by a bus dropped from a plane. like God just decided this one, I don't like him. like, I don't know. Yeah, there's a good good movie series. That is some Final Destination level shit. For sure. For sure that's some Final Destination level shit. Like, how could you... How else could you explain it? I still get uncomfortable driving behind log trucks. Because of Final Destination, if I can, I will change lanes. I'll hang back, I'll take a little longer to get where I'm going. I don't want to drive behind that. You can do. I don't know if it's got anything to do with Final Destination. It's shit's scary anyways. Yeah. What logs you're gonna be worried about is these fuckers. Oh my god! That guy could be dead. Why were they not on their sides? You carry spools of stuff stood up on its side. That's how you transport spools of anything. No, but it reminds me of this. The music over the top of that makes that so much better. And that stage is the same color as the road, but they didn't even see it. Yeah, but whoever decided to add Freebird to that, good work. tell you what, if that's like a cop's camera thing on, which it looks like it is, he fucking books it straight towards that car. Like, you see a lot of bad stuff about cops and a lot of cops that are useless, but there are also some cops that are like straight up trying to be heroes. That's a good dude. Like, he just straight up, straight towards the thing, which might explode. Straight towards it. There are cops that are also good. We don't hear about them nearly as much, although I am convinced that there are quite a few of them. We just only hear about the bad ones. That's how stuff goes. The negative stuff will always come through more than the positive. True, true. Ooh. Yeah, it's rough. Just because the code suicide coil's been loaded that way? Yep. That doesn't surprise me. I literally am working in dispatch and receiving for a metal workplace. We've received spools of metal wire like that. I've never, ever seen a spool of anything tied down on a truck rollways where it can roll. That's just not, like, they're all on the, like, who the fuck loads a truck like that? It also requires so many people to fuck up. Like, the person who had the stools in the warehouse to begin with had them loaded wrong, because otherwise a forklift wouldn't have put them on like that, right? They should have, even in the warehouse, they should be standing up. So it was already wrong there. Then everybody who saw it and everybody who walked past it, and no one fixed it. So it's everybody's mistake there. Then a forklift driver picked it up like that, loaded it onto a truck like that. Also his fault. Then the guy who's driving the truck saw it get loaded on like that, didn't say anything, and then tied it down. Also his fault. There's so many people at fault there. Like, it had to, that's not like one person making a mistake. That's like 20 people making a mistake. And everyone just being okay with it. That's fucking, that shouldn't have happened. Ooh. They usually have a special truck bed with a cutout for the spools to sit in. I can see that, but then they're on their side. That's the important bit, right? They're on their side. They're not on an axis that can roll. They would have to be tipped all the way over. They shouldn't be able to roll. Even when they're not on a truck, you don't want them able to roll. Right. That was okay food. I'll be back in just a second, and then we'll do more grinding. All right. Controller back on. Come on, buddy. There we go. Next, that direction. Go. Pretty sure this weighed 10 ton in weight. I don't think those ones weighed 10 ton because that would be a 30-ton truck. That didn't look like a 30-ton truck. They can still be very heavy. Yo, I don't know when these things got added, but I love them. The exiles with their experimental mods. I don't know when they got added, but I love them. I don't even know what all the experimental mods are yet, but that's really cool. Zero 0.9. Yeah, 0.9. That makes more sense. That's gonna play this especially. Ooh, wow. Are you gonna be playing as well on launch, Pineapple? Or at least like launch day or whatever, not necessarily like the second it launches. I'm not gonna lie, it's like an issue that all these stupid crafting materials don't just get put in their crafting spot automatically. Like, they often take up more than 50% of your inventory and they just stop you from picking stuff up, and there's no reason for it. It doesn't do anything. It's not important for any reason. Like, they could just go away. Melee damage leeches health. Poison, no. That's pretty cool, but not for me.
progress.
Didn't remember those gloves. Nah, it's fine. It takes 2 seconds to yeah. Can I even, how do I even do that with a, so it's not really though, because this is more of a controller problem. So I have to hit this button, which is one of the middle ones, then move my cursor up to open the inventory, right? And then grab the cursor thing and move it over and press. It's very inconvenient when you're on a controller. I am a big believer and have been since like I played the original like the 0.1 version or whatever, that all of those crafting materials could just be auto pickup and automatically go to their thing. In fact, I was so confident at the time, I'm pretty sure I even made a video on it, saying that it will certainly be changed to that before launch, because there's no reason it doesn't. The fact that we have infinite storage and one button to put them away already invalidates the argument of like, oh, but you have to press the button to pick them up. But we have, because it, for like the feeling of weight, well, that doesn't exist. They don't have a feeling of weight because they all pick up at once. They only have a feeling of annoyance, but they're really exciting to use. The exciting part of them is when you get to use them, not when you pick them up. So they just don't need to be there. It's just an annoyance chore that doesn't have an upside. So I was positive that it wouldn't make it to launch without fixing that. And it looks like they're not fixing that, which is an odd take in my opinion. It's odd to keep us having to manually pick those up and then also have them still take up inventory space. Weird. To learn from this as well. Well, I see, but I wouldn't want my currency in PoE 2 to be auto picked up or auto put away. Like, that doesn't convert. The reason that I think it's more appropriate for it to be automatic is because I have a one button that moves all of them, and I have an infinite inventory full of crafting mats here that isn't limited in any way. And those two things mean that the act of having to pick it up myself and having it like fill my inventory is pointless. What was this though? It looks cool. It is very cool. It is a thorn totem build. It's just I'm just stealing it from Max Roll right now. So there's a guide up on Max Roll. That's what I'm following. Why the fuck is Pineapple getting ads? Didn't she just sub like 2 days ago? 3 days ago? It was like this week. You're going with this build of 1.0 launch? Maybe. Wait, she doesn't have a sub badge. No, she used a fucking sub like this week. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to be playing at launch. I'm thinking about this one. Rune Master also looks pretty tempting. The Falcon class might be really fun. I also really like the Bug Swarm build. I also really like Void Knight. Like, there's actually so many options. Hopefully Falcon has some cool skills. Yeah. Does anyone know when we get that announcement? Three more days. Okay. Okay, I do really enjoy this kind of build though. It seems to be focused on throwing skills. Throwing skills are pretty cool though. I'm okay with that. Cool, you'll do. Nice. Zoom my character out more. Scroll in and scroll out. I don't think there's like any way to scroll out further or anything like that.
Yes? Take care.
Mine's the Beastmaster guy. Am I just giant? Maybe? As a new D4 player, why should I consider Last Epoch? Visually looks stunning. So new D4 player, have you played other ARPGs as well? No, just jumped into D4. Right. Okay. So this is a lot more in depth. It has a lot more, a way better item system and actual crafting. Way better, like, what do you call it? Like just like item progression. There's also significantly more builds available, significantly more customizability of all of your builds, and surprisingly, significantly more endgame, although still not as much endgame as I'd like, but way more than Diablo's got. It's also way cheaper to put that into. So I've selected Shaman as my mastery, which is sort of like what you call it, an ascendancy or whatever. There are 3 ascendancies you can pick from when you decide to be a primalist. So you've got these skill trees, which are pretty basic, right? When you pick Shaman, you unlock the whole thing. The other 2 get locked halfway, so you can still use some of their passives, but you can't go past this line. Because I picked Shaman, I've got the whole Shaman and then access to those 2. And that's like some amount of customizability, but not insane. But then you've got skills. Every single skill has its own complete tree. So when I look at my Thorn Totem, it has this whole tree where it levels up and gets its own passive tree that you can set, and every single skill has that. And so you can have 5 skills of your choice that each have their entire own passive tree, and they do like completely different things. Like this is a Summon Storm Totem that has like thunderbolts from the sky, but in the tree up this way I can go Storm Totem now creates blizzards around itself. Enemies caught in the blizzard take cold damage over time. 25% chance to be chilled. All shock chance is converted to chill chance. All effects which are conditional on shock are now conditional on chill instead. So you can change the whole totem build from being a lightning storm to a cold storm, and then go out that way if you want to do that. And that's just like a single example, right? There's also synergistic things that work really well together. So like for instance, this is my Spriggan form. This is what makes me look like a tree. right? When I go, I don't look like a tree now. Now I'm a tree, right? This is my Spriggan form, which is great. I am Groot, right? That's very cool. But these totems are still doing my thorn totem thing, even though it's actually summon healing totem. And it's summon healing totem I'm using, but they're still doing thorns. Why? Because in the Spriggan form tree, there's these nodes down here. Healing totems directly cast from this tree now also shoot thorns. Thorn totem's skill tree, mana cost, cooldown, and totem limit is also applied to healing totems. And so this one is for 3 max totems and always summon 3 at once. But it means that my entire thorn totem skill tree now applies to the healing totems that I can drop in Spriggan form. So now I can spec my thorn totems how I would like them to behave and then never ever cast them. I cast healing totems instead, and those act as if they're thorn totems as well as healing totems, which I can only do from my tree form. For the crafting, let's have a look. I think I just emptied my inventory. Hang on. Let me find one piece of gear on the floor, no matter what it is, and then I will show you crafting, because I have like crafting materials to waste. Okay. So, crafting can be done from anywhere. Right? This is the forge. So how crafting is going to work is each piece of gear has a forging potential. This is just how much you can craft on an item before it breaks. When it breaks, it's not actually broken. You can still use it. It's just the end of your ability to craft on that item. Right? Prefixes, suffixes. If I had one that wasn't full, like this thing instead, hang on, you have access to all of these different shards that mobs drop and whatnot that give you access to all the crafts. I just can't open that with the other thing open. And then they start at, I think it's tier 1 is the lowest tier, right? And you can upgrade them, but when you upgrade them, it takes a shard, and it'll also cost 1 to 8 forging potential, 1 to 18 in this instance, right? It'll cost some forging potential to do it. But then there's also modifiers like this. Modifies the outcome, granting it a 25% chance to have no forging potential. Modifies the outcome to make it basically upgrade a lot or reforge it entirely. There are annuls. There are all sorts of like remove this mod items. When you've got an item that has modifiers on it you'd like, but it isn't good. For instance, this item, I actually want those attunement shards. They're really good. I want attunement. That's my stat. I also want elemental resist for different pieces of gear, but I don't want this piece of gear, right? This piece of gear isn't for me. So on top of mobs dropping shards that you can craft with, you can also just use a rune of shattering, which you can also get, and you just shatter, you just blow it up in the forger, and it disappears. And then you get a bunch of shards according to what it had. So like I just gained 5 elemental shards. Now I can use those elemental shards to craft on another piece. There's a lot more in depth in that as well. There's like other things you can do at a higher level, but that's it. You have a basic understanding of how it works. Also, if you're gonna buy it, I believe, do check, but I believe it's the same price. If you use my Nexus store to buy it, I just get a cut. If it's not the same price, please don't just use my Nexus store for the sake of it, but I'm pretty sure it's the same price. Do I get all the pre-order cosmetics now or do I have to wait? Good question. I have no idea. Oh yeah. Here's something else. If you've just, if D4 is like your first ARPG, I'll ask you something about Judgment. You can, but I might not know. Right here. These are loot filters. So I can turn on no filter and just see everything, right? That's how D4 is to begin with. But there are also loot filters, and they're actually surprisingly easy to understand and like build your own filter for. Like they're as simple as you can select what affixes you want when you understand, as soon as you start to understand, and you can just be like, show in this color if you have one of these affixes, right? And then you can be like, what if it's a really good thing? Well, okay, if it's a really good thing and it's got one of these 4 affixes that I really, really, really want, which I can't remember where those 4 affixes are now. Oh, here they are. They're in here, right? I want these affixes. If it's one of those affixes, recolor it red, right? Like it's that simple. Not only is it that simple, but you can also just export the filter or download the filter from someone else or import it from somebody else's file. So if someone does all the work for you, for your class, you can just be like, boom, here's a filter. Which as a filter enjoyer is something I very much love. No, to make it so that your spell part of judgment. Does that mean it disables the spell part? Oh, I have no idea. Default just makes a noise if it's a normal to a rare. This is phenomenal. Yeah. I would say it probably isn't quite as pretty as Diablo 4 is. I think currently Diablo 4 is probably the prettiest ARPG on the market. It is something that Blizzard has always done incredibly well, is make their games look pretty and polished and nice. But it really is falling down when it comes to like actual gameplay, mechanics, depth, things like that, right? These developers have made a lot of improvements to how their game physically looks. It does look pretty decent now, but not like blowing you away decent. But that's okay. Their priority has been on building very good systems, building depth into their character creation, making it sure that you have options, and then trying to build out an end game that's like good and worth playing, with making the graphics pretty being quite a bit lower in the list. Not that they haven't been working on it. It is a lot better now than it was a year ago, and a lot better a year ago than it was 2 years ago. It is improving. It's just not the #1 priority. The #1 priority seems to be make a good game and then make it look pretty after, which I'm a fan of. Somebody just jumped into the phone. D4 was underwhelming for sure, and not worth the money. It feels the story was dope. The game looks visually nice. Yeah, Blizzard nailed the story really well, but D4 is, look, I still have hopes for D4 in the future. I don't want to shit talk it too much. I think they've got like the skeleton of a pretty good game that they just haven't fleshed out or made good enough for me to be real excited about yet. but it is, of the ARPGs on the market right now, I would say it's the most disappointing one. What is your prep doing in the last season? Just learning the game and what to play? Yeah, basically just refamiliarizing myself with the game as a whole. Just sort of getting used to it again. My friend told me that it's a long haul game and we wait for seasons to come out. It's a good game which seems interesting. But I heard it, now I understand a bit. Yeah. The first season is starting in like 2 weeks though. So like we're there. We're at launch. For a long time when people asked me my honest opinion about Last Epoch, the answer was it will be a very good game eventually. I'm very happy with the company. It's not ready yet unless you're a big ARPG enthusiast. Like if you're like me, you're going to play every ARPG that exists, even in its beta form, to just see what's going on. Right? Like that's me. If you're that person, great. You've probably been playing this for years. But I've been telling people who aren't like hardcore ARPG people, it will be a very good game eventually. It isn't ready for you yet. Now it's ready for you. Now it's time. Get the game. We're here now. This is the you should wait if you're not a hardcore fan until it's ready. This is the it's ready. You're ready now. Or at least in the 2 weeks time it will be. Anyone purchase it limited? Yeah, you can purchase it right now. Anyone can. You can purchase it through Steam. You can purchase it through my Nexus store. If you want to make sure I get a cut. Nexus, what's the link? I think it's just !Nexus. Yeah. You can also link it when you buy it through the Nexus store. You can just link it up to Steam anyway. Sorry. It'll be tomorrow, big shopping day. Yeah, all good. 2 questions. Would you recommend PoE over this? Oh, bud. That's such a loaded question. I'm a PoE main. I am a PoE main. I am closing in on 30,000 hours on PoE. Like PoE is my baby. Like I'm gonna have a biased opinion. Like I don't think anything is as good as PoE is. But PoE is also for a really specific crowd of people. It is not nearly new player friendly at all. Not even remotely. It doesn't have a learning curve. It has a learning cliff. It is just not. It'll be, you will play PoE for 2,000 hours and still feel like you know nothing. I'll bet there are people in chat right now with more than 2,000 hours in PoE that still don't feel like they're even remotely capable of making their own builds and not following a guide. Like, it is not fucking simple. It is not simple. That's me, 4,800 plus, still following guides every league. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Whereas in last epoch here, I would say you could start completely blind with absolutely no idea what you're doing and still have a pretty good time. If you start blind with no idea what you're doing in PoE, you're probably gonna have a miserable time. Whose skills came with last time? Had to play an off-meta skill with no guide. Not a single one of us killed Mayford in 20 days. Yikes. Only a few thousand hours played. Yeah. I would say if you're just to the guy I was asking to begin with, if you're just getting into ARPGs right now, and you've like played D4 for a little bit, it's a bit disappointing, but you like the genre. Last Epoch is your next place. You should be here. I think you should keep PoE in mind. It is really good. It is probably the top of the pack. It is the top of the pack. But it's just a lot more to get into. You're going to want to really be into it before you jump over there. How's the questing in LE? I might be the wrong person to ask because I don't give a fuck. I didn't pay any attention to the quests while leveling. I'm not like a story-driven ARPG player. I just kill mobs in the general direction that quests point me until I get to the end game. Which was pretty smooth and pretty fun, but I have no idea what... I couldn't tell you a single thing about the storyline of this game or a single quest or what happened at all anywhere. I do not care. So I haven't learned any of it.
Brings you here.
Yeah, the only way I end up learning Last Epoch lore is if Kit and Cat Noodle decides to come over here and make some lore videos.
Safe travels.
That's otherwise I'm not gonna know. I just want to kill monsters. That's all I'm here to do. I was thinking about just getting the endgame. Yeah. The thing is, for most of the leveling in this campaign, it didn't really feel very different from just being in endgame for me. Like there are already like plenty of mobs around and plenty of density, and I'm just running through different zones, murdering bunches of things. So that from that aspect, it feels okay. If you care about story, I don't know what to tell you because I got nothing. Like it's got something to do with time travel. That's as much as I can give you. It's got something to do with time travel. The whole game and clearing dungeons and whatnot. Here's what I think about Diablo. Diablo was an amazing ARPG. No, sorry, RPG rather than ARPG. The first playthrough, going through the story in D4 was fucking amazing. The story is so goddamn good. It's so good. The cutscenes are amazing. I know the whole story of D4 because the questing and the storyline and the cutscenes were all phenomenal. And then it still doesn't have an end game. So also Team Lilith, just saying, seemed like Lilith had the right idea. Probably not as evil as she seems. Saying. How do you go with stories in games like Baldur's Gate? I fucking love them, man. Love them. Wish I could play hundreds more hours of Baldur's Gate, but whenever I play Baldur's Gate, like 4 people show up to watch. And I've said this before, stream can't make me play a game, it can make me stop. Like I'll only play games that interest me, but if nobody shows up, it doesn't matter how interested I am, I'll stop playing it. I'll move on to a different game. Doesn't matter how much fun I'm having, if nobody shows up, I don't get to play that game. And that's where Baldur's Gate was. It's really good. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Would love to have played hundreds more hours. Nobody showed up to watch that, so I don't get to play it. That's how it is. Wait. What am I doing? I ran away from the dude without killing him, apparently. Why does this say reported? Wait, is that the dude's name? Okay. Okay. That got me. Well done, dude. Well done. Look at that. Boss fights with mechanics, but not just with mechanics, but with mechanics that were easily understandable. Huge.
Changes anything. This world is already dead.
Sure. Curious to see if any of the monolith alt progression changes are coming with 1.0. Somebody told me yes, but I don't actually know. Yes, thank you. I mean, that's probably worth using. It's not an axe though, which does mean I lose like 10 flat, but I gain an extra 100% increase. And I do have quite a lot of flat already, so I wish the fucking tooltip worked. Does the tooltip work when I am in here? No. Fuck. I do wish the tooltip worked for this. Like, I have no idea how much damage it does. I don't know if this is a damage up or a damage down. I think it's a damage up. I guess we'll see. Oh, whoops. This. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely a damage up. Let's see what you got. Mana gain on potion use. Meh. Ooh. Hello. Ooh, that last one took a lot. We can have one of them. That's fine. Better than nothing. Good upgrade. Ta-da! Ready to go. How does respecking work? Is it free? It's not free, but it's, well, okay, so it's not free, but its cost is so very, very low that it's probably not a big deal at all. There's one thing you can't respec, which is the ascendancy you pick. So if you decide you're a shaman, you're a shaman. But you can respec all of the points and all of the skills however you like. But they function a little bit differently. You can respec a skill just here by opening it, but it's not just a straight respec. You're actually pulling levels out of the skill, so it has to be leveled up again. Sounds a little awkward, but realistically, if I was to drop all the levels out of this skill right now, it would be already level 17 again, like 2 or 3 maps in. Like it's very quick to re-level it from level 1. So if you have to pull 1 or 2 points out to change skills around, doesn't matter. If you have to reset the whole skill, doesn't really matter either. Just don't reset all 5 skills at once, because then you'll struggle a little bit. However, respecking your character has to be done at respec vendors. There are some in town. There's some in every town. They're in the end of time. They're everywhere. And those are normal respecs, exactly how you expect them to be. It costs a little bit of gold, but it's not really that big of a deal anyway. And it just, you can just pull points out and put them back in wherever you want. And don't have to looking out, Gauntlet can get fucked. Yeah. Yeah, it can. Hmm. Okay. Wait. 5% of current health lost per second, 5% of missing health granted as ward per second. Okay, that goes with the other thing. There's a thing that goes with this, a chest. A ward stacker. Oh my god. Ward. Oh my god. There's a thing that goes with that. Oh man. Oh, I want to play with that. I want to play with that. Not on this build. This build is not for that. But some builds are. Something? Yeah, that thing. Nice. Nice. My character's already reasonably tanky, but it gets a lot tanky later on, especially when I get my belt. Because right now, I had to change my healing totems so that they are instead converted to fury totems that now restore rage, because that's how I'm keeping my rage up, so that I can stay in Spriggan form. But there's a belt that will keep my rage up all the time, and I can turn them back into healing totems that will still do thorns. And when I do that, I'll have like 9 or 8 or 9 just like fucking AoE pulsing healing totems down all the time for me and my whole party, which I think is very cool. how does... oh, you're talking about all those things. They don't work together. The point there of that sentence was just like, I felt incredibly tanky. Like immortal levels of tankiness. Stood in the middle of everything. Health just kept going up, or ward just kept going up. Not specifically. All those things don't actually work together. Looking good. It really is. I cannot wait for launch. It's gonna be amazing. All my non-PoE friends along with PoE friends are joining. Nice. Apparently they already have several major in-game improvements lined up. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Ours! Raya! Aid me! Raya! Nah. Blow that up. I want it. I'll take it. Bye. Let's go. Ooh.
Level 69. Nice. I feel like these maps could be longer and I'd be okay with it. Don't know if other people who play this would feel that way, but I don't know. I feel like I cycled through maps real quick. I'd be okay with it if they were a little bit longer. Funnily enough, they're actually making some of them smaller / shorter. For me personally, they could average 10 times longer per map. The issue with that would be it would take far too long to get through all the zones and whatnot. You'd have to have, you know, way more instability per zone and whatnot, so that you still progressing the overall zone this quick, but spending longer at each individual map. Capital layouts are more than twice as long as the shorter ones, so get the reasoning. I say make the shorter ones equal to those ones that are longer instead of the other way around. I think that this would be an unpopular change and more people would be unhappy with me, but that's just how I would like it. Just adding more side content to pad there, that time would be good for you. I mean, as long as I've got mobs to kill, I'm pretty happy with whatever quest objective you head me to. If it involves like a lot of backtracking or things like that, then I wouldn't be into it. But as long as I'm like killing mobs, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Give me more. And then choose between and Beastmaster at some point. Yes. Yep. Also, you can't miss it. Unlike PoE, you will not miss your like subclass or ascendancy or whatever it is they call it in this game. It's like literally tied to progression. Like the quests will lead you straight into it. You will pick an ascendancy. You'll be somewhere around level 20 to 25 when that happens, depending on who you are. Like, I'm sure you could get there quicker than that or longer than that, but like 20 to 25-ish will be about when you hit that. There's a method of sort of set to leads to monsters being, yeah, see, I don't like that. I don't want monsters to be sparse in my dungeon. I want to be killing monsters pack after pack after pack after pack. Take on Ellie worth playing. Absolutely. 100% worth playing. I'm pretty sure Ellie is the second best ARPG on the market, and it hasn't even launched yet. I think that if the developers heard me say that, they'd be okay with it too. You see the footage of that guy who bumped the spawn rate in the offline mode by like 3.5%? I didn't. 3.1 times? I didn't. Yeah, sorry, I meant times. I don't know why I said it the way I said it. Pros and cons compared to PoE. I actually hate that question, and I hate that mindset, really. It doesn't have 15 years worth of content to pull on. It doesn't have 15 years worth of experience as a company. It doesn't have 200 employees in its own building. It hasn't even launched yet. It isn't as good as PoE. And it would be unfair and ridiculous for it to be compared to PoE directly like that. Like overall, like, right? Like it's not going to compete if you overall it. If we like harken on very specific things, it's a little more doable to compare. So like, you could start this game blind without looking at a build guide at all, and not only have a good time, but have like several good times and be able to understand how the skills are working together as you get them, and to be able to make decisions that make sense. You would have the ability to make a pretty good build. Then when you got into real endgame and you were like, I wonder if I could be doing this better, you could then look up a build guide for your class and be able to, with relative ease, respec into it with the stuff you've just found on the ground. It has significantly more depth than like Diablo 3 or 4 or even like Torchlight or anything like that. It's more in depth than that. It's definitely less in depth than PoE, but by the same token is also far less confusing than PoE. So, you know, that those things come at the same time. There are other like good points is like, I don't really know what else to call like good points here. Would you recommend a new player to just look up a build guide or just jump right in? That's sort of less, that's less about whether a new player should do that or not, and more about how you are as a player yourself. because you can just go in blind, and if you're somebody who quite often enjoys that, just going in blind and experimenting yourself, you will not be hard fucking yourself by doing so. Any mistakes you do make are pretty easily rectified without spending any money at all, because it's all free to, like, you would buy the game, but it's all like free. There are nothing in the MTX store that's like going to help you. It's just free stuff. Any mistakes you do make down the road that you want to fix, pretty easy to rectify. Won't be any problems. You're probably not going to make the most efficient build in existence on your own, but the skill trees, the skills, the way everything works is understandable to a point where if you've played a game before, you're probably going to be able to make your own build and have it work pretty decently. It might not be the most efficient way of doing things right off the bat, but like, it'll work fine. Good to know then. I'll go in blind. Nice. I want to do a video on this before League start of like things you should know if you plan to go in mostly blind. Like just like the basic of like, how does crafting work, or what should I be looking out for to do in the end game? What should my like basic progression look for, but without going into any like builds or any spoilers or anything. So you've got like a real basic understanding of what you should do without feeling like you're spoiled for anything. The first season content. So the first seasonal content will be in 3 months. The first season is more like a season 0. It's a new season in its own, as in there'll be a fresh restart for everyone to be involved, but no new no league mechanic involved in this one. I'm definitely going to need some plus levels in Thorn Totems. I've got 1+ level right now. I still want this one for my extra totem. I definitely want more than 1 pierce. Could also get poison. Don't know how I feel about this storm totem thing. What we're playing now is kind of like standard. So what we're playing like right now isn't even standard. It's got like legacy items in it and everything. Like they haven't done wipes through the beta every time they change stuff. So there's like all sorts of stuff that has existed for the whole beta and they're not wiping it either. So all that legacy stuff and whatnot will exist when the launch happens. This existence of everybody's character and gear will become the standard league, right? That'll be the standard or eternal realm, depending on where you come from. And then the fresh start will be where everybody's on the same playing field. $100. There's no wipe for launch? No, but also like everyone will be starting fresh, right? Because the new launch will be in a new league. So like there's no wipe, but there might as well be. I'm never gonna play standard. I like patch notes yet or way too soon? Way too soon. We're apparently expecting them about 3 days before launch, roughly. Not that that's a guaranteed time zone, just gonna be under the sub counter. It's spread apart for a reason. Yeah, the reason is it's a pain in the ass to make a whole new scene, and I have to make a whole new scene just to be able to move it. And if I hide the number, then it also hides the announcements if anyone ever presses the member button on YouTube, which doesn't happen very often anyway. YouTube is we can barely get YouTube people to type, so YouTube is a very different place. They're not incredibly interactive, even when there are like 30 or 50 of them. All right. That is probably enough for me today. Why, hello. Let's see where we're sending people. Probably. No one on my follow list is playing this game. All right, back over to Pee Wee we go. Alright, I will see everybody tomorrow. I hope everybody gets into this game for launch though. This is actually like really good.